down to record it, something else has happened. So that's hard. Not Mrs. Hutton said we might have a couple extra helpers, but maybe we can try to sweeten the deal in like 3 concession stands or something like that. son did Solon. So the ideal would be 2 on Williamsburg and 2 on the other team. Would be the ideal scenario. So challenging to try to do both. I think you guys are up for the challenge. Let me know if you can hear me. Good evening and welcome to the Williamsburg Raider basketball. Good evening and welcome to Williamsburg Raider basketball. Good evening and welcome to Williamsburg Raider basketball on the Williamsburg YouTube channel. Wherever you are, whatever you're doing, thank you for taking some time for Williamsburg Raider basketball. Tonight the Raiders are hosting the Marion Wolves, who are 2-2 on the young season. Marion's 2 wins are over a couple of 5A schools in Linn-Mar, winning 36-35, and versus Cedar Rapids, Washington, winning 57-28. I'm expecting Solon to be battling with Marion for the East Division Championship again this season. The Wolves are coached by Henry Martinson, assisted by Jeff Mayrose. Last year, the Wolves won the Womack East Division over those Solon Spartans and advanced to the Class 4A Region 2 semifinal, losing to Xavier, the Xavier Saints 59-52. Marion lost their 3rd and 4th best players from last season in Sadie Strushin, who was 2nd on the team in scoring, averaging 10 points a game, and led the Wolves from three-point range, making 54 three-pointers on the season last year, averaging 2.3 three-point makes a game, and also led Marion in three-point attempts with 151 on the season, averaging 6.6 three-point attempts per game. shooting a team leading 35.8% from downtown, and she took 75% of her field goal attempts from three-point range. So that might be one of the capper forward keys to the game for the Raiders, is with the loss of Struchin from last year. And the Raiders pack it in maybe and force Marion to shoot from long range. So far, the Wolves are shooting 17.9% from three-point range on the season, going essentially 3 for 19 from three-point range. So that might be a capper forward key to the game that might go the Raiders' way potentially tonight. Marion is also losing Madison Pryor, who averaged 7.4 points a game, was fourth in scoring, and also Molly Dunn, who averaged 3.4 points per game. Marion does return their top two players from last season, and now senior Ellie Backenstead, who averaged 9.7 points a game, 7.8 rebounds, and junior Ava Atwood, who averaged 10.8 points per game last season, also led the Wolves in assists with 81, averaging 3.7 assists per game. So far this season, Ella Backenstead averaging 6.7 points per game and 7 rebounds. The Raiders, they lost their best player from last season in Kendra Eichhorn, who led the Raiders in field goal percentage, effective field goal percentage, rebounding, offensive rebounding and defensive rebounding, assists and blocks. Raiders also lost their third and fourth best players in Taylor Weingarten and Tegan Schaefer. Weingarten was the second leading scorer from last season. Schaefer was third and Eichhorn was fourth. The Raiders do return their top scorer from last season in now sophomore Carly Rich, who averaged 10.6 points per game. Rich did a lot of her scoring from the free throw line, leading the Raiders in free throw attempts and free throws made, and was second in free throw percentage behind senior last season Tegan Schaefer, who shot 70.6 free throw percentage last season for the Raiders. The Raiders also return now sophomore McKenna Hughes, junior Clara Sinclair, and senior Natalie Beamer. In last year's matchup between the Raiders and the Wolves, Marion won 46-44 in what was both teams' second game of the season. After leading by 6 at the end of the first quarter, the Raiders led by 2 at halftime, 21-19. Marion would take a 1-point lead at the end of the third quarter, 32-31, and then beat the Raiders by 1 point in the fourth quarter for the 46-44 final. So a very tight ball game last season between the two teams. Ava Atwood was the player of the game for Marion, scoring 11 points on 4 of 8 field goals and 3 for 3 free throws with 6 assists, 3 steals, and 2 rebounds. Ella Backenstead also had a good game with 10 points, 9 rebounds, 2 blocks, a steal, and an assist. For the Raiders, the player of the game last year was Taylor Weingarten with 17 points, going 6 of 11 from the field, 3 3-pointers and 2 free throws, 9 rebounds and 2 steals. Kendra Eichhorn also had a good game for the Raiders with 6 points and 10 rebounds, 2 assists, a block, and a steal. Freshman McKenna Hughes came off the bench for the Raiders to score 8 points. She also had 2 rebounds, an assist, and 5 steals. The Raiders are 5-16 all time versus Marion and have lost the last 12 games in a row and 13 of the last 14. The Raiders are 0-3 on the young season, losing at home to Regina 59-42, to Clear Creek Amana 59-26. At Kirkwood Community College on Rivalry Saturday, and to Solon 65-41 last Friday night. In the game against Regina, the Raiders fell behind 14-2 before battling back to only be down by 1, 19-18. But the Regals would go on a 7-2 run to close out the first half to lead 26-20 at halftime. The Raiders would only be down by 2 points in the third quarter, 28-26, but Regina would go on an 11-2 run to close out the third quarter, and the Regals would lead by double figures for most of the fourth quarter, winning by 17 points, 59-42. The Raiders were also hanging close to Solon, only down 11-10 late in the first quarter. But the Spartans switched to a 2-3 zone, and the young Raiders struggled to break it, being outscored 19-4 in the second quarter, falling behind by 21 points at halftime, 39-18. They were down 26 points at the end of the third quarter, 56-30, and the final score was 65-41, a 24-point Spartan victory. Callie Levine scored 23 points for the Spartans. Player of the game for Solon was Kobe Leitz, who scored 11 points, had 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 2 steals. Haley Miller scored 12 points, 3 rebounds, had 2 assists and 3 steals. And Hillary Wilson with 8 points and 10 rebounds also had good games for the Spartans. Zoe Allen was the player of the game for the Raiders against Regina with 16 points and 6 rebounds. McKenna Hughes, the player of the game for the Raiders against Clear Creek Amana, with 11 points on 5 of 9 shooting with 1 3-pointer. And Clara Sinclair, playing her first game of the season, was the player of the game for the Raiders against Solon with 8 points and 8 rebounds. So far on the young season, Clara Sinclair is the top Raider with a plus 13 efficiency rating. Efficiency rating is adding together all the positives that a player does and subtracting out the negatives. So adding together your points, rebounds, assists, blocks, and steals, taking out your missed field goals, missed free throws, and turnovers. So Clara leading the Raiders with a plus 13 with her 1 game against Solon on the season, averaging 8 points and 8 rebounds. So looking at our Capper Ford keys to the game. So far in the young season, Marion is shooting at 26% from the field. That ranks 10th right now in the conference out of 11 WAMAC conference teams. The Raiders are 4th in the conference in shooting, shooting at 38.5%. When you factor in 3-pointers, the Raiders making 3.7 3-pointers per game to Marion's 3.3. That gives the Raiders an effective field goal percentage of 43.8%, which ranks 4th in the conference. Marion, again, ranking 10th right now at 30.1%. So the Raiders' shooting might be one of our Capper Ford keys to the game for the Raiders. Again, you have to factor in the opponents so far on the season, with Marion playing a difficult schedule, playing a couple of 5A teams, and also taking on a Center Point Urbana along with Wahlert Catholic so far this season. So the only WAMAC team that they've played so far this year is a Center Point Urbana, which the Stormont Pointers should be one of the top teams in the WAMAC this year again. The WAMAC West, I have them predicted for 4th place in the WAMAC West, but a very difficult WAMAC West division with Vinton-Shellsburg, Benton Community, and Clear Creek Amana. 3 solid teams. They're ahead of Center Point Urbana. So the Stormont Pointers defeating Marion 47-42. So that's the best comparable matchup that we have between Marion and the Raiders tonight. That was a very quick-paced game with 70 possessions. So the Raiders have struggled with that so far on the season. When Regina went full-court press, speeding them up, the Raiders had troubles with turnovers, and also Solon played at a very fast pace against the Raiders. So that'll be something the Raiders will have to contend with tonight, is the speed of the game as Marion getting up and down the floor. But again, if the Raider defense can hold Marion to what they've been shooting tonight, and the Raiders can avoid turnovers, maybe the Raiders can pull off the upset over the Marion Wolves here tonight. So another potential key to the game, Capper Ford key to the game that might go the Raiders' way, is from the free throw line against Center Point Urbana. Marion sent the Stormont Pointers to the free throw line 21 times, where the Stormont Pointers converted on 15 of those, compared to 8 for 18 for Marion from the free throw line. So those are a couple of Capper Ford keys to the game that might go the Raiders' way tonight for them to pull off their first win of the season. So let's send it down to PA announcer Brian Phillips for the starting lineups, sponsored by the Sundown. If you're looking for starters, a main course, or good beverages, stop on down to the Sundown. No matter when you visit, you'll enjoy great food and great company. Visit the Sundown Bar and Grill today to see what all the hype is about.
Good evening, winter sports fans, and welcome to the Warehouse on Walnut for the 2022-2023 edition of Raider Girls Basketball. Tonight's contest is a long-night cross-divisional matchup that features our visitors from the East Division, the Marion Wolves. And from the West Division, the home team, your Williamsburg Raiders. The Wolves in this contest with a record of 2 wins and 2 losses, and the Raiders have a record of 0 wins and 3 losses. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's starting lineups. First for the Wolves, at guard, A55 junior, number 3, Marion McAllister. At guard, A51 senior, number 4, Regan Rice. At third, A6 senior, number 13, Ellen Bottenson. At guard, A59 junior, number 21, Mia Van William. And finally, at forward, A59 sophomore, number 24, Maddie Pavella. The Wolves are coached by Henry Martinson, who's assisted by Jeff Neighbors, Michaela Tucker, and Dave Messer. Tonight's anthem is a recorded performance of the Williamsburg Vocal Ensemble, Sirens in Harmony, under the direction of Catherine Birdie and Stephen Brain.
the uniforms for the teams tonight, sponsored by Elite Sports. If you want your team to look its best, Elite Sports is a custom screen printing and embroidery company that's working with over 150 high schools and colleges in Iowa. They focus on athletics but print for any business or occasion. Screen printing, embroidery, awards and trophies, and custom artwork. At Elite Sports, their team of skilled in-house artists are available to assist with all of your needs. So the Raiders wearing the home whites with red numbers outlined in black, and Marion in the dark red uniforms. Yellow Marion across the chest and yellow numbers. Raiders win the tip, and driving to the basket, Carly Rich is fouled. Blocking foul on Ella Bockenstead. That's a first quick foul there. That could be trouble for Marion. Marion coming out man-to-man. Girl-to-girl on defense here. Rich hands off to McKenna Hughes, who drives. Kicks it out to Rich. Drives into the middle. Travels. Raiders' first turnover of the night. That's something the Raiders are going to have to keep an eye on, is trying to minimize those turnovers so they can take advantage of getting shots up with their good field goal percentage. Raiders coming out man-to-man. Trying to feed the ball down to Bockenstead, and that's poked away by the Raiders. Here comes McKenna Hughes quickly down the floor. Over to Carly Rich from the right-hand wing. Three-point attempt is no good. Offensive rebound by Zoe Allen is up and good, and the Raiders take a 2-0 lead. Quickly back is Marion. Shot by Bockenstead, rolls off, no good. Rebounded by Zoe Allen. Kicks it out to McKenna Hughes. Starts out on the left-hand side, cuts back to the right. And the right-hand runner is good. Raiders up 4-0. Bockenstead being guarded by Clara Sinclair. Over to the right-hand side, driving on the right. Shot missed by Regan Rice. And again, the rebound is cleared away by the Raiders. A 4-0 early Raider lead. Carly Rich on the right-hand side. Thought about the three, drives. Tries to kick it out to McKenna Hughes. Beamer gets it to Hughes. She drives down the right-hand side. Runner. Doesn't get the shot up, but is fouled by Natalie McAllister. Her first foul, team second on Marion. But Hughes was in the act of shooting, so she's going to get 2 free throws. First free throw by Hughes is good. That one is short. 5-0 Raider lead after 2 minutes of action. Oh, quickly down the floor. Nice pass. Mila Van Wilden with the basket for the Wolves, getting the Wolves on the board. A little bit of pressure by Marion, but Carly Rich able to break it. Zoe Allen over to McKenna Hughes. Carly Rich top of the key, thought about the three, drives. Sinclair from the baseline, jumper is no good. Rebounded by McAllister, quickly back up the floor. Regan Rice is fouled. Foul on McKenna Hughes. First on Hughes, first on the Raiders. Rice in the act of shooting goes to the free throw line for 2 free throw attempts. So far on the young season, Rice 8 for 11 from the free throw line. Shot 68% last year, going 35 for 50. And she makes both. Down to a 1-point lead for the Raiders. Substitutions coming in. Ava Atwood into the game. Jenny Heinrichs with the left hand. Nice basket by Ella Bockenstead, and that puts Marion into the lead, 6-5. Raiders turn the ball over. Marion with their first lead of the ball game. Bockenstead flashes to the top of the key. Driving on the right-hand side, picked up by Beamer on the switch. Raiders switch back on defense. Sinclair, nice pass. Ava Atwood right where Bockenstead needs it. One dribble right to the hoop for the layup. Again, the full court pressure by Marion. They saw what Regina did to the Raiders in the first game. McKenna Hughes on the quick drive, quick crossover into the hoop. Brings the Raiders to within one, 8-7. Atwood thought she had the pass open. It's stolen by Natalie Beamer. Over to Carly Rich. And now McKenna Hughes is going to set up the offense. Hughes gets it to Allen, driving left. Stopped there by Pavelka. Out to Natalie Beamer, three-pointer, that's short. Rebounded by Atwood. Gets it up quickly to Heinrichs. Back to Atwood. Stops for the three-pointer, shot is short. Rebounded by Sinclair for the Raiders. 8-7, 1 point lead for Marion. Zoe Allen driving right. Puts up the shot, rimming, it goes. Over the double team, Raiders back in the lead, 9-8. Pick and roll. Atwood's pass too tall for Pavelka, but it was tipped out of bounds by Sinclair. Marion will maintain possession. Bockenstead checking in for Pavelka. Rich guarding Bockenstead down in the post. Nice spin move to put Marion back into the lead, 10-9. Raiders quickly down the floor. Sinclair with the answer. Puts the Raiders back on top, 11-10, as the lead seesaws back and forth. And they're going to call it travel on Van Wilden. Turnover by Marion. Raiders will take over. Good inbound from the side. Marion going to keep up with that pressure. Raiders on the season. Averaging 18 turnovers, turning the ball over on 34% of their possessions. And there's another turnover by the Raiders. Pass up, though that's deflected by McKenna Hughes, and the steal for Carly Rich for the Raiders. Turnover right back. Carly Rich drives down the right-hand side. Zoe Allen open for three. That's long and goes out of bounds. Rebound goes to Marion. Pass inside. Bockenstead shot is no good. Nice defense by Sinclair. Carly Rich comes away with the rebound. Dribbles through the entire Marion defense, but then gets her shot blocked by Jenna Heinrichs. Driving down was Regan Rice, and she gets it poked away and stolen. Here comes Zoe Allen back down the floor. Left hand is good. Bonus points for use of the left hand by Zoe Allen. Raiders have a 13-10 lead. Minute and a half to go in the first quarter. Carly Rich hoping for the jump ball. They're going to call her for the foul. McAllister and Pavelka back into the game. For Stevenson and Atwood. Rich's first foul, second team foul on the Raiders. Pavelka gets the ball down deep. Heinrichs with the left hand, shot is no good. Rebound bounced around, comes over to Pavelka, she misses. Rebounded by Zoe Allen, and that's lost out of bounds. Marion will maintain possession with a new 35. Driving right down the middle of the lane is Bockenstead for two. 13-12 with 1 minute remaining. Raiders with a 1-point lead. McKenna Hughes at the top of the key. Get Zoe Allen left-hand side coming to the strong right hand. She kicks it out to Natalie Beamer, but fouled on the pass. First foul on Heinrichs, and the third team foul on the Wolves. Hughes inbounds it to Carly Rich on the right-hand wing. She drives through the lane and travels. Extra step, made the jump stop, and then one extra hop for the turnover. And at our 35-second shot clock, Raiders will get one more opportunity now. Ball poked away by Rich. Driving through the lane is Regan Rice. Rolls off, but a foul called. That's the second on Rich, third team foul. Zoe Sukup set the check in. McAllister with the offensive rebound goes to the free throw line for two. Front rims the first. These are the first free throw attempts by McAllister on the season. Didn't attempt any free throws last year in 11 varsity games played. Second one is up and good, ties the game at 13. Raiders quickly back down the floor. Sinclair backing down Van Wielden. Gets the shot up off the board, no good. Rebound pulled away by McAllister quickly down the floor, 10 seconds remaining. Oh, they lose the ball out of bounds, turn it over, 4.7 seconds left for the Raiders. Marion's going to put some pressure on. Make sure the Raiders have to touch the ball in the backcourt and get that clock started. Oh, the ball is tipped out of bounds by Marion. Regan Rice almost with the steal. Raiders now inbound from the baseline. Zoe Allen to trigger. Gets it over to McKenna Hughes. One, just comes across half court, puts the shot up. Shot is no good. But we are tied at the end of the first quarter, 13-13. So 8 early points by Ella Bockenstead for Marion to lead the way. For the Raiders, Zoe Allen with 6 points in the first quarter. McKenna Hughes with 5. Clara Sinclair with 2 points. Off to a good start for the Raiders. The Raiders have been in this position against Regina and against Solon. Close games early in the first quarter. We'll see if they can maintain it for the rest of the game. So Both teams shooting very well early on here. Marion coming out with Pavelka, Bockenstead, Regan Rice, McAllister, and Van Wielden. Raiders coming out in a 1-2-2 zone. Hughes, Rich, Allen. Little bump, says she went straight up with it. Bockenstead with the rebound, can't convert. Pulled away by Natalie Beamer, up quickly to McKenna Hughes. She drives, and shot was blocked by Regan Rice, out of bounds. Raiders will maintain possession. Inbound to Zoe Allen, over to Carly Rich, puts the three-pointer up. Rimming, no. Rebounded by McAllister, who's quickly up the floor for Marion. Gets it over to Bockenstead. Stopped by Hughes. Over to the right-hand side. Nice pass. McAllister to Bockenstead for two. Nice pass right into the shooting pocket there. And Marion takes the lead, 15-13, and a carrying violation called on the Raiders. They turn the ball over. Marion inbounding underneath their basket with a 2-point 15-13 lead. Get it inbounded. Ooh, thinking about the three-pointer was Van Wielden, drives through the lane, and she gets the runner. 17-13. Marion with their biggest lead. Natalie Beamer drives through the lane, puts the shot up, and she's fouled. 2 free throws. Who's that foul going to be on? If that's Bockenstead, that's her second foul of the game. Instead, they're going to call that on Van Wielden. Her first, team's fourth. Natalie Beamer gets the roll on the free throw. That's the Marion lead to 3. Misses the second. Rebound cleared away by Pavelka. Van Wielden over to Rice. Pavelka down low to Bockenstead, and she is tied up. No, they're going to call the reach. Calling the reach on Natalie Beamer. That's the 4th team foul on the Raiders. Beamer's first foul. Clara Sinclair checking back in for Zoe Sukup. Inbound to Bockenstead, driving down the right-hand side. Runner off the board is no good. Offensive rebound, though, by Marion. And now they're going to call the reach foul on Bockenstead. That's her second. Team 5th on Marion. Ava Atwood checks in quickly then for Bockenstead. This might be a good opportunity here for the Raiders. 2 fouls on the Marion star. McKenna Hughes breaks the Marion pressure all by herself and then gets the ball back from Carly Rich to set the offense up. Zoe Allen driving left-hand side, drives, and she's fouled. The foul's going to be called on Rice. Taking most of the damage was Pavelka. Pavelka is going to come out of the game. Checking in then, Jenna Heinrichsey. And Zoe Allen will get 2 free throws, try to draw the Raiders closer. 3-point 17-14 lead for Marion. 2 minutes into the second quarter. Zoe Allen hits the first. Zoe shooting 80% on the young season, 8 for 10 from the free throw line so far, and hits them both. 17-16, 1 point lead for Marion. Wolves quickly down the floor. Driving, nice pass. And they're going to call the reach. Who's that on? Going to call that on Carly Rich. That's her third foul. 5th team foul on the Raiders, her third. She has to sit down now, and coming into the game then is Zoe Sukup. Nice steal by Zoe Allen, avoiding the foul, reaching around. Gets the ball from McKenna Hughes, stop and pop, no good. Rebounded by a couple of Wolves there. Here comes Ava Atwood. Stopped by McKenna Hughes. Lost control of the ball. Driving now is McAllister. She's fouled by Zoe Allen. That's Zoe's first, team 6th. Both teams with 16 fouls now. Both will be in the bonus for the remainder of the first half here. 5 minutes and 28 seconds. Got a sub coming in for the shooter, McAllister. Knowing that, does she make it? She does. Answers Zoe Allen's 2 free throws made, puts the lead back to 3, 19-16. Marion pulling off the full court pressure here and picking up as Hughes crosses the timeline. Gets it to Beamer coming across. Over to Zoe Allen as the Raiders weave through at the top of the key. Hughes back to Allen, drives left. It's like Marion now, a little bit of a 2-3 zone. McKenna Hughes drives right through for the layup. 19-18. Raiders cut it back down to 1. And driving for the Wolves to the basket, Ava Atwood, and she's fouled. Natalie Beamer picks up the foul. That's her second. Atwood rolls the first one in. Shooting 83% on the season. Shot 67% last year. 59 for 88 for Ava Atwood. Ray Stevenson checking in for Regan Rice. Hits them both. Back to 3 for Marion. Raiders run the weave out front. Beamer kicks it over to Hughes, back up to Zoe Allen at the top of the key. 2-3 zone here being employed by Marion. Hughes' three-pointer is no good. Zoe Allen with the offensive rebound, but she loses it to Marion. McKenna Hughes had 5 steals in this game last year, comes up with another steal for the Raiders. She kicks it out to Sinclair. Zoe Sukup from the left wing. The lefty shot is no good, rimming in and out. Jenna Heinrichs with the rebound, drives right down the lane. They're going to call the jump ball. Zoe Allen concerned that she was going to be picking up another foul. They call jump ball. Alternating possession goes to the Raiders. 21-18 lead. Regan Rice set the check back in. Raiders take a timeout. We were tied 13-13 at the end of the first quarter. 8-5 so far here in the second quarter for Marion as they've built a 21-18 lead. Big key in the game is Ella Bockenstead, has 2 fouls for Marion. So we'll see if the Raiders can take advantage of the best returning player for the Wolves from last season, with 2 fouls and in foul trouble. We'll see how that plays out for the remainder of the ball game. Of course, the Raiders are struggling with their own foul trouble. Carly Rich on the bench with 3 fouls. The Raiders' best returning player from last season. The Raiders to inbound, down 3 points. 21-18, just under 4 minutes to go. Marion in that 2-3 zone. Zoe Allen's pass deflected by Atwood, but Zoe recaptures it. Pass it over to Zoe Sukup. Her shot is short. No good. Rebound collected away by Marion. Up quickly to the floor to Atwood. Stopped by Hughes. Kicks it over to Rice. 3-pointer, no good. Rebound cleared away by Zoe Allen. Gets it over to McKenna Hughes. Marion still in that 2-3 zone. Hughes drives, kicks it out to Beamer. 3-point attempt is no good. Rebounded by Ava Atwood. Atwood, nice back cut. They're going to call a 3-second violation. Raider defense closed, had nowhere to go. And a 3-second violation on Marion, turning the ball back over to the Raiders. 21-18, Marion with a 3-point lead. Still in that 2-3 zone. McKenna Hughes drives through it. That's one way to break a zone, is drive through the creases. Zoe Allen with the pump fake, drives baseline. Over to Beamer. This is where the Raiders struggled. Not with Hughes driving through, and she banks it home. 21-19. Shot no good, rebounded. Sinclair. 1 point, 21-20 ball game. Here comes Hughes driving. Gets the dribble under control. Zoe Allen pops out. Up to the top of the key to Beamer. Still in the 2-3 zone for Marion. Zoe Allen had the shot deflected. Shot blocked by Atwood, and here comes Marion. Atwood drives into the middle. Shot is off, no good. Rebound tracked down by Beamer. Marion pulls back into the 2-3 zone. So the Raiders have been attacking the zone. Hitting those gaps. Hughes' 3-point shot is no good. Rebounded by Zoe Allen. Hers rolls off the front of the rim. Here comes Atwood for Marion, guarded by Hughes. Over the left-hand side. Back up to the top of the key to Rice. Rice drives. And she's fouled. Marion's going to call a 30-second timeout. Thought there was a foul call there, but they're not putting up a foul. So it must just be Marion ball, holding on to their 21-20 lead. Pavelka checked into the game, as did Bockenstead with 2 fouls. Minute and a half to go. See if she picks up her third. And Coach Martinson taking a risk with Bockenstead with 2 fouls. They get the ball inbounded to Bockenstead. Driving the ball on Beamer, drives through the lane. And shot is no good. And stoppage for Beamer, who got hit on the drive. She shakes it off and is good to go. With continue. Raiders down 1 point, looking to take the lead here. As we come down to a minute remaining. Hughes gets it to Zoe Allen. Uses up her dribble. Gets it over to Sukup, who drives through the crease there. Over to Beamer for three. Off the board, no good. Hughes, shot, no, traveling. Had the offensive rebound and the putback, but one extra step to get there. Raiders turn the ball over. Under a minute to go until halftime. Backenstead on the pick and roll. She drives, shot is good, and a foul. Foul on Hughes. So one free throw attempt here for Backenstead. And front rims it, no good. Rebound, chased down by Zoe Allen, and gets it to, or by Zoe Sukup, who gets it to Zoe Allen. Quickly up the floor, Natalie Beamer down the baseline, gets it over to Sukup, up to the top of the key to Zoe Allen. Thought about it, gets it over to Hughes on the left-hand wing for the three. That is no good. Rebounded by Pavelka for Marion. She'll go ahead and bring it up. Hands it off to Regan Rice. Looking for the pass down low, and it's stolen away by the Raiders. Here comes Zoe Allen through. Left-hand layup is good. 23-22. Raiders cut it back down to one with 10 seconds remaining. Marion get a shot off here. Backenstead, no. And they're going to say the shot is just out of bounds. Missed the shot. Raiders with .7 remaining. And the quick pass to Hughes at the timeline. She gets the shot up. Oh, it is no good. Off the back iron. But a very close game all throughout the first half here. 23-22. Marion with the 1 point lead. All right, we'll send it over to our sponsors.
Hello, Raiders. Nathan King here, Activities Director. We're extremely excited about this project, and we hope you are too.
Hi, my name is Shannon Finn. I'm a junior here at Williamsburg High School. I'm most excited for phase 1 of this project, the weight room, floor, and equipment. This will help all athletes here at WHS.
Hi, my name is McKenna Hughes. I'm a sophomore here at WHS, and I'm most excited for phase 2, the turf, where everyone can train all year round for all activities.
Hi, my name is Carly Rich. I'm most excited for phase 3 of this project when the new batting cages come in.
Be on the lookout in the coming weeks in the mail and on social media to see how you can become a partner with us on this project.
Unbelievable amount of devastation. I've never seen anything like it.
We had a beautiful barn that was gone in 20 minutes.
Farm Bureau stepped up right away and said, hey, we got you and we'll be there for you.
We were taken care of. Now we could get on to repairing and rebuilding.
I tell everybody about Farm Bureau.
We're fortunate to say we have good coverage with good people doing it.
Contact Shannon Slockett and Wendy Yelland in Williamsburg today.
Your grandmother's fine china, those trendy sneakers, your collection of hand-carved duck decoys. Auto Owners protects your home. Because, well, somebody should. That's simple human sense.
Ask the Lillis Insurance Agency in Williamsburg if auto owners make sense for you.
Oh, now you do your job.
Now that we're married, we need help merging our finances.
Choose from these options: investing, insurance, retirement planning, college funding.
I have so many questions.
Here is a link to our FAQ page. Was this information helpful?
Go with no.
Sometimes humans are just more helpful.
I'm sure you have questions.
Farm Bureau Financial Services. Insurance, financial planning, all in one place.
Contact Jared Klosterboer and Amanda Hohenschel in Williamsburg today.
Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings has been turning ideas into beautiful homes for over 86 years.
Quality, style, and a fun shopping experience are what Ullman's is known for.
Come visit Ullman's in Williamsburg and see their vast selection.
And remember, there's always free delivery. Stop at Ullman's Fine Home Furnishings in Williamsburg today and stay as long as you like.
Well, we had our first baby.
It is beautiful or handsome.
Oh, it's a boy.
We're interested in life insurance.
And we bought a bigger car.
Yeah. Bigger car. Here is your plan. Goodbye.
When protecting your future, count on a human. Only a Farm Bureau Financial Services agent will sit down with you for a super check and together create a plan that works for you. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact Shannon Slockett and Wendy Yelland in Williamsburg today.
Williamsburg Dental Health Clinic is a proud sponsor of Williamsburg Schools and Raider Athletics, serving Williamsburg, Iowa County, and surrounding communities since 2005. Our office employs all kinds of smile experts. Our skilled doctors, Megan Greer and Erica Takanami, take pride in providing the best quality of dentistry for our patient family and stand behind the care they provide. Our fun team of assistants are here to talk you through procedures and answer any questions to put you at ease. Our team of caring hygienists aim to keep you comfortable as they build a relationship of trust with every patient that steps into our office. Call our front office to get scheduled as a new patient or resume your care. Williamsburg Dental Health Clinic, comfortable, friendly care for your smile. Because when you smile, we smile. Located at 827 South Highland Street. Call us today at 319-668-9808 to experience the difference.
Hey, call insurance agent.
Insurance agent not found in contact.
Call insurance company.
Insurance company is currently closed. Please call back during business hours. For directions, press 1. For billing, press 2.
Sometimes humans are just more helpful.
Don't worry, we're going to get this taken care of.
Farm Bureau Financial Services. It's your future. Let's protect it.
Contact Jared Klosterboer and Amanda Hohenschel in Williamsburg today.
Every home has a story, and for us, it's about the excitement on a young couple's face when they get the keys to their first home, or the happiness of watching a growing family purchase a home with a bigger backyard for their kids to roam. It's about the attention to detail of a new build and long-time dream finally taking off. And it's about the satisfaction of making the home buying process simple and smooth for a family looking to get back to their roots in the country. Apply in person or through the FTSB Mortgage Express app and let us help start your story. Come see us.
Hi, I'm Kelsey Calkins with the Bellin team and Leppert Krager Realtors. Welcome to our office located in Williamsburg. We are a mother-daughter real estate team with over 30 years of experience. We take pride in educating our clients through the buying and selling process. We love supporting Raider athletes. Believe in yourself, work hard, and be a team. Go Raiders!
quick look at the numbers in the first half here with the Marion 23-22 lead over the Raiders. The Raiders, that Capper Ford key to the game was to get some shots up. The good shooting Raiders, they're shooting 47% in the first half, 9 for 19. Neither team has scored from three-point range, though. So maybe that'll be the difference maker deciding as to who is able to hit some three-pointers. Unfortunately, we thought the other Capper Ford key to the game that might go the Raiders' way is the free throw line. And right now, the Raiders 4 for 5 from the free throw line, and Marion 7 for 8. So the Wolves taking advantage of the free throw line so far. Marion gets the ball to start the second half. Raiders in 1-2-2 zone defense. They get the ball inside, kicks it back out. Driving now. Skip pass over to Van Wilden. Her shot, no good. Rebounded by Carly Rich. And gets it over to McKenna Hughes, who comes across the timeline. Over to Beamer. Marion again staying in that 2-3 zone. Over to Carly Rich from 3. Boom! There's the first three-pointer. And that puts the Raiders back into the lead. 25-23. That was something that the Raiders struggled with against Solon. Bockenstead gets it down low. Little jump hook is good. Ties the game up at 25. Was that zone defense by Solon. They packed it in tight. The Raiders would move the ball around, and then there was 3 occasions where they were up against the shot clock. So we'll see how they fare this time against the 2-3 zone for Marion. Again, working the ball around, driving. Carly Rich on the left-hand side to Zoe Allen. We're down to 10 seconds on the shot clock. Zoe. They're going to call on the floor. Reach in. Foul on Natalie McAllister. That's her second. First team foul for Marion in the second half. And the Raiders will inbound underneath. Hughes gets it to Zoe Allen, staying in that 2-3 defense. Is Marion. Raiders work the ball over, get Carly Rich open again for a three-pointer. That shot is no good, but the rebound is tracked down by Beamer. That's the difficulty in the zone defense, is offensive rebounding, checking somebody out. Beamer running down, gets the ball down to Sinclair, kicks it back out to Hughes, over to Rich. Hughes steps in, shot no good. Sinclair not able to tip it back out. And the ball goes over to Marion. Tie ball game, 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. 25-25. Oh, right down the lane goes Van Wilden, and she's bumped and fouled. Looked to be a little confusion on the Raider defense there. Looked like they were staying in that 1-2-2, but shifting around some defensive responsibilities, and that let Van Wilden go right down the lane where she hits the first free throw. Put Marion back up on top. And converts on both. 27-25. And now Marion comes with the pressure. And foul by Van Wilden on Hughes, her second, team's second of the second half. And now Marion will pull back that pressure as the Raiders inbound. Hughes kicks it over to Rich. Her three-pointer is no good. She had that shot down against Solon with a couple of banked-in threes. Quickly over to Bockenstead. Her shot is no good, but offensive rebound by Marion. Back to, and it, circles around, almost came back out, but goes down. 29-25. Marion with the lead, matching their largest lead of the night, 4 points. Carly Rich in the left-hand corner, still in that 2-3 zone for Marion. Raiders work it over to Zoe Allen on the right-hand side now. Working on the seams of the defense. One way to defeat that zone or flash somebody to that free throw line. Kicked out to Carly Rich. Her three-pointer is no good. McAllister drives over to Pavelka, and her jump shot is good. Largest lead of the night for Marion, 6 points. And that gets a timeout by Raider coach Dacey. 31-25. As the Raiders only have the 1 3-pointer by Carly Rich here so far in the second half. So 8-3 run to start the second half here by Marion to build that 31-25 lead. Foul trouble. McAllister with 2 fouls. Backenstead with 2 fouls. Van Wielden with 2 fouls for Marion. Carly Rich on the floor with 3 fouls for the Raiders. McKenna Hughes has 2, and Natalie Beamer has 2 also for the Raiders. So we'll see what that foul trouble does for each side going forward. Raiders come out of the timeout with Rich, Sinclair, Allen, Hughes, and Beamer. And Marion stays in that 2-3 zone. Over to Carly Rich on the left-hand side. Her 3 is good. 2 3-pointers in the second half. We just said in halftime nobody made a 3-pointer. 2 3-pointers by Carly Rich in the second half for the Raiders. 31-28. Quick bumping foul as Marion quickly advanced in the offensive zone. And Sinclair picks up her second foul. Open Atwood. Shot rims again. And that allows Backenstead to get in there for the offensive rebound on that second bounce off the rim. And her putback is good, 33-28. McKenna Hughes with the runner. Right hand is good with the answer. Back down to a 3-point lead. Quickly in the left-hand corner, 3-pointer. Shot is short by McAllister, cleared away by Carly Rich, and here come the Raiders. A chance to tie. McKenna Hughes quickly down the left-hand side, runner, rims no good. Backenstead with the rebound. Atwood, 3-pointer. Oh, there's the first one for Marion. Their first 3-point make of the night, and that puts them up by 6. Matching their largest lead of the night. 36-30. Marion staying in that 2-3 zone. Flashing Zoe Allen to the top of the free throw line. That's where you want to attack that 2-3 zone. Either hit those creases, hit the free throw line area. That's where those openings are. Force that defense to collapse. But the shot is no good. Marion quickly back in the offensive end, and Pavelka puts it in. 38-30, Marion. 8-point lead. Jenna Heinrichs to check in. McKenna Hughes with the stop and pop. Shot is no good. Rebounded by Backenstead. Cross pass to Atwood. Her drive is good. 40-30 lead now for Marion. Carly Rich with the answer. Her third 3-pointer of the second half. 40-33. Raiders back to man-to-man defense. Backenstead down low, right over top of Sinclair. Nine-point lead for Marion. Zoe Ann with the ball fake in the drive. Right into Backenstead with the block. quickly up to Atwood, driving on the left-hand side. The lefty's runner is good. And a quick timeout by Marion. 44-33. Marion now up to an 11-point lead. It was tied at halftime. Marion had a 1-point halftime lead. 23-22 at half. And now lead by 11. A quick 30-second timeout by Coach Martinson for Marion. Backenstead leading the way with 20 points for the Wolves. And 20 of those 44. Raiders running the weave here. Marion looks like they're in a little bit of a box and one now. Beamer tries a shot against Backenstead, blocked. Drives to the basket, and going to call a jump ball. Looks like a little box and one, trying to take Carly Rich out of the game with those 3 3-pointers hit here in the second half. So Regan Rice is following Rich everywhere she goes. Quickly inbounded to Allen, who looks for Rich in the corner. Shot clock down to 2. Hughes from the top of the key has to put it up. And the rebound's cleared by Pavelka. That's the first time we've had that shot clock be an issue. That happened to the Raiders on 3 different occasions against Solon, against their zone defense. We'll see if that's something that coaches learn with this new 35-second shot clock. Zoe Allen picks up the foul, her second. Third team foul on the Raiders. Inbound pass right to Backenstead, right at the hoop, and she's fouled. And Zoe Allen again picks up the foul. That's her third foul now. So the Raiders have 2 players, Zoe Allen and Carly Rich, both with 3 fouls. And Clara Sinclair set the check in. We assume that's probably for Zoe Allen. Backenstead hits the free throw. (45-33), 12-point lead, 13-point lead, 46-33. Largest lead of the night for Marion. Extending that 1-point halftime lead now up to 13 points. Under a minute to go. Again, box and one, totally face guarding. Carly Rich standing in the corner, going 4-on-4. McKenna Hughes attacks. Her runner is no good. Rebounded by Heinrichs for Marion. They quickly come up the floor. Pavelka. Atwood. It's McAllister. Back to Atwood at the top of the key. The lefty 3-pointer. Front rim's no good. And goes out of bounds to the Raiders. Raiders can hold for the last shot here. They get Carly Rich. And then trying to get Rich open, Natalie Beamer with the moving screen. That's her third. That's 3 Raiders now with 3 personal fouls. Beamer, Rich, and Allen all with 3 fouls. 5th personal, first 15 foul. Raiders let Marion get the long pass. 2 seconds, runner is short. Grace Stevenson's runner at the end of the third quarter is short, and it's a 13-point lead for Marion. So our game was tied at 25 early in the third quarter. Marion goes on a 21-8 run in the final 7 minutes of the third quarter to build a 46-33 lead. Zoe Allen leading the way for the Raiders with 12 points. McKenna Hughes with 11. And Carly Rich with those 3 3-pointers made for 9 points. To pace the Raiders. Let's see what the Raiders can do if they can answer back Marion here in the fourth quarter. Zoe Allen back into the game with 3 fouls. Carly Rich with 3 fouls. Natalie Beamer with 3 fouls. All in the game along with Clara Sinclair and McKenna Hughes. Raiders starting out in a 2-3 zone. And flashing to the middle there was Pavelka. And skip pass over into the right-hand corner is Rice. Van Wielen driving down the left-hand side. Shot is no good. Offensive rebound by Marion. Put back up again. Bockenstead now with 24 points on the night. Half of the Marion points coming from Bockenstead. Hughes gets her pocket picked. Nice steal by Rice up to Van Wielen. Her layup is good. Up to a 17-point lead for Marion over the Raiders, 50-33 with 7 minutes to go in the ball game. Hughes drives, kicks to Beamer. Beamer down low. Sinclair against Bockenstead. And she's fouled. She'll get 2 free throws. I'm going to call the foul on Pavelka. That's her first foul. Third team foul on Marion in the second half. Sinclair hits the first free throw. Trying to cut into that Marion lead. Second free throw short, rebounded by Pavelka. Marion quickly into the offensive end. Raiders in a 2-3 zone. Again underneath to Bockenstead against Zoe Allen. She kicks it out top. Nice drive by Rice. Basket is good and a foul. That foul is on Zoe Allen. That is her 4th. 6-team foul. So our capper forward key to the game. We were hoping that the Raiders would be able to get to the free throw line. But it's been Marion that's been able to take advantage of the free throw line so far tonight. 52-34, quickly in the offensive zone. Natalie Beamer with the 3-pointer from the right wing is good. (52-37). And that's going to be the 5th foul on Zoe Allen. The freshman is done for the night. 10 points and 5 fouls for Zoe Allen. She'll be replaced by Zoe Sukup. So far, Zoe Allen looked like the player of the game honors for the Raiders. Bockenstead hits the first free throw, 53-37. Back to a 16-point lead. Hits them both. Bockenstead shooting 58% on the season so far, 52% last year. Had no problem hitting those 2 free throws. Loose ball on the floor, jump ball. Alternate possession is going to go to the Raiders. Inbound to Sinclair, back to Rich. Again, being guarded by Natalie McAllister. Box and 1 defense. Face guarding, totally trying to take her out of the lineup. Hughes' shot blocked, rebounded by Sinclair. Her shot missed, and rebounded again by Sinclair, and she's fouled. That's going to be on Bockenstead. That's her 3rd. Picked up those 2 early fouls. This is her first one since early in the ball game. Sinclair hits the first free throw. And 2 for 3 on the season in her first action against Solon. 58% last year, and misses the second. 54-38. Marion the lead. Raiders staying in that 1-2-2 defense. Pass tipped by Sinclair, stolen by Beamer, and here come the Raiders. McKenna Hughes quickly down the floor. They're going to call her for a carry. Turnover on the Raiders. Just moving a little too quick. 1-2-2 zone. On the top, Hughes steps down to take away the pass to Bockenstead, but that opens up Van Wilden down the baseline. And her layup is good. The Raiders will take a timeout as Marion matches their largest lead of the night, 18 points. The score was tied 25-25. So a 31-13 run since early in the 3rd quarter for Marion. And that's been the issue for the young Raiders so far. They were in the game against Regina. Regina goes on a run to get the win. Solon was close. It was a 1-point game early. And Solon puts on the 2-3 defense, and that stymied the Raider offense, and Solon goes on to win. Same thing here tonight where the Raiders are right there, but then a nice run here by Marion to take command of the game, leading by 18, 56-38. About halfway through the 4th quarter. Bockenstead, Pavelka, Rice, Van Wilden. And Jenna Heinrichs on the floor for Marion. Hughes, Beamer, Rich, Sinclair, and Sukup on the floor for the Raiders. Hughes' shot is no good. Rebounded by Bockenstead, and she's going to go ahead and bring it up herself. Pass down low. Pavelka brings it back out. Raiders still in their zone defense. Van Wilden guarded by Sukup. Looking down low for Bockenstead. Drive down in the lane. Shot no good. Offensive rebound. Kicks it back out to Bockenstead. Shoots for 3. Front rim no. Rebounded by Sukup. Bockenstead 2 for 8 from 3-point range on the season. She's trying to get more comfortable there. It was 1 for 9 last year. Hughes' 3-pointer is no good. Save attempt by Beamer. And the ball goes to Pavelka for Marion. Nice pass straight down low to Bockenstead. Her right-handed hook shot, no good. Rebounded by Sukup, and here comes Carly Rich. Against that box and one, just run your man-to-man offense. Runner by Hughes, blocked. Marion comes away with the ball. 3.5 minutes to go. 18-point lead for Marion. 56-38. Pass inside. Bockenstead inside against Sinclair. She turns, spins, no good. But she's fouled, reaching in foul on Zoe Sukup. That's Zoe's first foul, team 8th on the Raiders. Marion in the bonus. This will be 2 shots on the field goal attempt. Back iron on the first one. Entering the game is Ava Atwood. Mallory Heinrichs coming into the ball game in her first action. Still going the box in one, trying to take Carly Rich. 3 3-pointers. Beamer's pass tipped, taken away by Bockenstead, and quickly up the floor are the Wolves. Atwood pass underneath against Beamer. They're going to call foul on the floor. And call the bump on Natalie Beamer. That's her 4th. Out comes Bockenstead, 26 points on the night. Her night probably done. Free throw by Jenna Heinrichs is no good. And Carly Rich quickly up the floor to McKenna Hughes. She stopped. And her pass trying to look for Clara Sinclair, intercepted. Marion quickly back down the floor and moving a little too quickly. We get the turnover. Hughes hands it off to Beamer. Guarded closely by Ava Atwood. Over to Hughes on the left-hand side. That allows her to come into that strong right hand for that right-hand drive. Carly Rich driving down the right-hand side. She's fouled. Natalie McAllister will pick up the foul. That's her 3rd, team 5th on the Wolves. And this was our hope, was that the Raiders would be able to get to the free throw line tonight. This is their 7th and 8th. 8th and 9th free throw attempts on the ball game. Last year, Marion sent their opponents to the free throw line at a rate of 43.7, which was last in the WAMAC, more than anybody else, giving their opponents 19 free throw attempts a night. Rich able to hit 1 out of 2. .56-39 jump ball goes to Marion. 2 minutes to go. Raiders back to man-to-man. Pass stolen by Zoe Sukup. Gets it back to McKenna Hughes. And pass over to Carly Rich on the left-hand side. Rich looking to find an opening against that box and one defense. Hughes with the pass out to Natalie Beamer. Her 3-pointer is no good. Rebound cleared away by Marion. Wolves quickly into the offensive end. And Jenna Heinrichs fouled by Carly Rich. That's her 4th. Picked up 3 early fouls. Had to sit down much of the first half. That's the first one since. Free throw is no good. Heinrichs 5 for 8 on the season, now 5 for 9. And the second one rimming good. 6 for 10, 60% on the season now. 57-39, 18-point lead for the Wolves. Raiders get the ball over to Hughes, down lows to Clara Sinclair. She turns, up and under, no good. Heinrichs clears the rebound. Looking for Grace Stevenson on the cutters. Ball stolen away by Natalie Beamer. She drives down the left-hand side looking for Zoe Sukup, and the pass goes out of bounds. Sydney Andreessen checks into the game for McAllister. Oh, Clara Sinclair trying to poke it away, gets called for the foul. That's going to send Maddie Fortman to the free throw line. This is her first game action on the season. Last year was 2 for 2 from the free throw line in limited action. Misses the first. Second one rims good. After the air ball on the first, feels good making the second. 40 seconds remaining. Carly Rich looking to get open, gets it out to McKenna Hughes. Over to Natalie Beamer driving on the right-hand side. Her shot no good, but she's fouled. Grace Stevenson picking up the foul. And Natalie Beamer will go to the free throw line for 2. First one, back iron, no good. That free throw by Fortman gave Marion their largest lead of the night, 19 points, 58-39. Beamer misses both. And the rebound off of the Raiders. Keisha Hahn checking into the game, as is Emily Dunn. For Marion, they can hold for the last shot here if they choose. Raiders man-to-man. Over the left-hand side, looking underneath. Nice pass. Shot no good. Rebounded by McKenna Hughes. 5 seconds to go. Raiders get one last shot off. Skip pass over to Carly Rich for 3, and it's good. 4 3-pointers in the second half for Carly Rich. Unfortunately, it's not enough, as Marion took their 1-point lead, a tie ball game early in the third quarter, tied at 25. And then Marion, a 6-0 run to make it 31-25. Raiders answered with one of those Carly Rich 3-pointers to make it 31-28. And then a 9-2 run to build up the lead to double figures for the first time, 10 points. And then they extended up to 18 points on a 12-4 run, 52-34. And then the largest lead of the night was 19 points, 58-39 for the Wolves. And they finish off with a 58-42 victory over the Raiders as Carly Rich closes out the scoring with her 3-pointer, her 4th 3-pointer, all in the second half. So your final score tonight from the rack, the Raiders Athletic Center tonight, is the Marion Wolves 58 and your Williamsburg Raiders 42. The Wolves will return home to play the South Tama Trojans on Friday, December 9th. The Raiders will be in action next as they travel to Independence to take on the Mustangs on Friday. And then they'll head to West Branch to take on the West Branch Bears on Monday, December 12th. The Raiders will return home on Friday the 16th as they host the Benton Bobcats. Our next telecast will be on Friday, December 9th, as we get our first look at the returning WAMAC champion Williamsburg Raider boys as they host Independence. Thank you so much for joining us on our YouTube channel tonight. Big thank you to Robbie Allenson and Kaya Tegetz for helping us out with stats and running the video for us tonight. So thank you once again for joining us, and hope you can join us again Friday night as the Williamsburg boys are in action. They're in action with their first game right now against Xavier. First action at home against Independence on Friday night. Thank you so much.